Hello, welcome to my Sunday afternoon stream, second day of the weekend. Of course, I'll be playing more Monster Hunter, specifically starting out with Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Hello, welcome in everybody. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday, and the time is slightly wrong, but no matter, I thought it should still be 06. Hello, and welcome in. Also, Bolt Crash, I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Let me see how my capture card wants to act today. That is working fine. And Mark, also, hello, welcome in. Also for you, I hope you're having a great Sunday. Let me get all of the stuff up. I can join you. Though I don't mind. Give me a second. There we are. Oh, that is very annoying. I do not have... Well, I don't have all that many sets, but that'd be very annoying. Let me see. If you could paste ID and password information, that would be nice. Then I can also pin it and join you. I don't think there is any housekeeping I have to do. I did buy a few supplies if I am playing Sword and Shield, and I probably need to put a set out with the oils at one point. And my own talismans are probably not yet ready. Because I found a very nice feature. Let me just claim these talismans and show what I mean. There is a nice thing you can do when... And you might already know it. I might just doubling up some knowledge. If you meld the talismans, you can sort with registered. And I think that is the order they have been registered in. Which makes for an easy thing, or it is the order of the talismans in the box, either of which I would be actually quite happy with. But yeah, it makes it such that for myself at least, I have not melded talismans together. I wanted to keep. Yes, and as I said, I don't mind joining you. Although, maybe I can... Okay, I can find you like this. But I don't seem to be able to connect like this. Oh no, it works out. But I don't know the passcode. So, okay. Well, let me come in. I'll be switching talisman and my weapon about. Okay, I was worried for a second there I might not be able to get in. So, hello everybody, I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. That includes Shui, who I have not been able to greet yet. And as I said, I do want to take a thunder resistant talisman, makes it less annoying when going onto the quest. And I got a lot of vouchers from some place again, so free meals for everybody while I work them down a little bit more. And okay, I am actually looking forward to this. I do enjoy Rajang quite a bit. He's one of my favorite monsters to fight. Yeah, I'll try to break the horn, but that is... it's more a habit than really anything else. I do hope you success of getting them pretty quickly, but I do know that he can be stingy with them. We could try to catch it. I don't have the right talisman with me, but I can bring some catching material. Yeah, having some more is going to be is not going to be an issue in that amount. Bloody hell, in that way. In that amount. What was my brain trying to get out there? But if I do manage to focus on the fight, I don't mind if my brain is not able to parse everything correctly, as long as the fight goes well. Let's get in. Let's quickly say hello. I did want to paint you. And he did draw first blood. Thank you very much for the buffs. Okay. He's already ready to go Super Saiyan. Thank you. This particular Rajang is getting on my nerves a little. Then again, it is Rajang. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't at least a little get on my nerves. Let me heal up though. I'm slightly off on the timing. Thinking to have another chance to... that is unfortunate. And I absolutely want to heal up a little bit here. Hey, he hit me, but I didn't mount him. Don't have quite the best build for it, but here he is. Is he already ready to be caught? Am I interpreting that correctly? Possibly not. I personally can't see it. I don't... it's hard to say because he didn't walk to his jumping point. Yeah, I guessed as much, and that is why I wondered when he pinged us if he saw him being weak. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, he's asleep. Okay, I'm not sure what you're waiting for. Okay, I'm happy I didn't wake him up. You thought you had bombs. If you then realize you had not brought them, that is, of course, going to be a little bit of an issue. Can I get... Okay, I can get my next charge. We also have a new friend, unfortunately. Okay, I think that is the horn broken, indeed. Okay, fair enough, I deserve that. Thank you. But I'm back in... And there he now runs away. And hello, Iraga Mad Fazre. Sorry, didn't immediately see you. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far. Okay, are you coming down or are you going somewhere else? No, he is hungry. And those traps might be too close together. Okay, he's not angry. He cannot be caught by... Okay, and this time we don't need to worry about having bombs. He's now sleeping a forever nap. And also thank you very much for the subscription. Didn't also immediately see that. I was focusing on gameplay. Thank you very much. Let's see. I hope I got some nice stuff for you. Indeed, very nice. It was my daily hunt. Cool. I normally just ignore those, since I do not care all that much for that little extra reward. But I am happy to have it in here. And you probably need like 3 hard fangs. I absolutely don't mind going at it again. Again, I am going to... I think you can always fall into the shock trap. I don't need to think as much about trap types if I bring shock traps for the normal one. It is golden where you need to be a bit more careful, because... Or is shock trap also there a catch-all? I'm not entirely sure I do remember that correctly. And then I might also be confusing that with the differences with in Freedom Unite, where those capture requirements were different again. And also the trapping requirements were different again, so... No, I'm not sure if I do remember this correctly. Yeah, I did get my traps. I have everything I really need. Sorry for the poke. Yeah, that is what I thought. To remember for Golden, when he already starts in Super Saiyan mode. Good to know that I'm not just confusing that with Freedom Unite. Okay, and I do think I finally managed to clean up my secondary display. If I could, I'd get myself a third monitor, but right now I can't. Two Zinogre, Electropelt, Thunder Sacs, and Kirin Tails. Well, let's have fun. I'm guessing then that you got all of the hyper materials you need for the armor already. Good, good. Well, I don't mind. We can go This was Rajang again, if I do remember that correctly. Yeah, it was Rajang again, but I don't mind going on to anything else. Yeah, I really do enjoy our black, yellow, angry Flummy. You collect them over time, but especially when I get into armor making, I suddenly find that I'm missing pieces here or there. But I've used up quite the amount already in my long swords, so I am not too worried about needing to go hunt more hyper monsters, but if you have them, that makes planning in that regard a little bit easier. Yeah. If I do remember my Monster Hunter history correctly, they introduced Rajang in Monster Hunter Duos or Monster Hunter 2. Or is it those? I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. Where, because of the more janky controls, he is a complete beast. But surprisingly, he does retain that even in Monster Hunter Freedom Your Mind, and he's a big one. This one... I mean, seriously. Seriously? Okay, I'm probably going to struggle somewhat with Mr. Big here. I tend to do better the smaller they are. But I have to wonder how much of that I am making into a self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay, let's seal up. I do not want to get clonked by him too hard here. And that is one of my big issues. What the hitboxes extend further into places I might have considered safe normally. Okay, he's asleep. Okay, that's a way to trigger an explosion. Where is he? Jumping towards. Ah, that's unfortunate. Okay. And that is, again, unfortunate. He is quite stubborn, this Rajang. Okay, and his size is not very easily handled as well. And he is moving on. In this case, I'm pretty sure he's pretty far from being catchable. I do want to sharpen and refill my mega potions here. Hey, you tricked me with that first jump. You didn't come directly towards me. Okay, that's the horn. And I am jumping out here. Yeah. So the entryway curse comes to strike me again. That was not what I wanted to do. For some reason I was under the impression that I had my weapon drawn. Yep. Okay. Oh, he was already... or he got injured enough to be able to be capturable. Very, very nice. There comes a poison pitfall trap, specialty of the support palicos. A lot of pelts. Okay, very nice. No more, Rajan. You got everything you need. Happy to hear. Well, Zinagar is also weak against... depending on what it is, I'll want rather to switch my weapon, but all in all, there is not going to be an argument against eating for thunder resistance. Everything we do need to hunt will throw out thunder damage. Yeah, I can very much understand that, and yes, Kirin has a very annoying side. I did just have a silly thought. No, I do not have enough slots free to be able to just willy-nilly go and do the dual blades, but since we'll be hunting him a bit more often, I'll have a quick look at Kiraniko sorting for fire dual blades. Element fire, the rest doesn't really matter all that much. That's a lot of negative infinity, unfortunately. There is Blazing Wyvern Lovers for 340, 25. Or a Smoldering Cities. Well, let me see if I could create it, because that is a very good looking fire weapon. Dual blades. Also, since I don't have you yet, that is definitely a pair that I do want. Ignis Noir. Oh, okay. No, that is absolutely what I am looking for, coming from Flamestorm. Is that one I can create? Although this is also one I do want, so I do want all the Fated 4 weapons, at least. Okay, my time is probably up. Or no, it's not. The artisans are still preparing, giving me time to and Flamestorm comes out of dual pierces, if I'm not finding it. Okay, they're not in here, so I need to get them out of dual pierces level 4. Okay. That is now definitely my time up. So I'll need to be checking that after coming back from the quest. Yeah, he cannot be captured, so I do not need to worry needlessly. It is on the annoying side that he is now completely impervious to the normal 20 normal sharpness in his armored mode, but then again, it is understandable. But that is something really nice in Freedom Unite, that you can always cut his entire body with purple sharpness. Well, dang it. This is actually nice. You meant Thunder Lash and not Thunder Tail. Yeah. That actually does make sense, no worries. I was thinking correctly, at least, about that part. And Kirin is Kirin no matter where you're fighting him, so... the basics will be working out. Okay, I'm not getting what I may have... hoped for, and I don't want to waste much time. Let's remove Kirin here. Yeah, okay. No half measures here. Okay. Finally getting some... charge here, and I'm very surprised that worked out. Okay, he is jumping and bumping about here. And that's always a little hard to charge up on. Okay. So I got my spirit gauge up and I got my charge up by 1, my color charge up by 1. There we go. Hop, hop, hop. And with that, Kirin is running away. And I am basically fine again. I do need at least most of my stamina bars to really be easily able to fight him. But we also broke the horn already. He is kicking out to the back a lot. Okay. Okay, that was targeted to me as well. Thank you very much. Okay, very nice. And he does not want to stay with us for any time longer. Hello, good morning, Tira. And yeah, although I have not been able to ride him yet, although I am moving through the entrances if I don't want to. So, as usual, I hope that you have had a good Saturday yesterday, that you so far are having a very lovely Sunday, and that you can be looking forward to more of a great day, Tira, and welcome in. As you may see, I forgot something quite obvious again, so the worst thing to ever forget, but it is draining my stake reserves here. Luckily, out of the two temperature drinks, so to say, it is the least annoying to forget. Yes, I forgot hot drinks, and I am getting manhandled a bit by Kirin. But so far, Kirin has been pretty fine. And thank you very much and congratulations on the 35 stream watch streak. It means a lot to me, to all the people who are regularly here. But right now, especially Tira, thank you very much for being here so often. It means a lot to me. Thank you. And my biggest worry actually was not too bad. I was really worried I might bounce off his backside a lot more. Luckily, so far, that has kept itself to a minimum. Oh, that is not what I do want to see. No, he is a pain. He is very annoying. He made me drink a mega potion, and I think he's going to make me drink my second one here. Yeah. I will. Shh. He is a very angry horse right now. Or at least a very annoying horse. I'm guessing he's angry, but it's always hard to say with Kirin. Okay. Okay. Took a bit of an effort, but he is down. And Mark is playing around in his Palico tank. If it is just about the horn, there is, I think it's an event quest where the sub-quest is breaking it. And you get the breakaway reward for it, so farming his horns is actually not too bad. If you need other stuff as well, then it gets a bit more annoying, because then that easy trick doesn't really work, unfortunately. And yeah, I am freezing my ass off. Let's keep moving, then nobody will notice. Oh, bloody... Okay, yeah. Okay. That would absolutely be infuriating. Just like I got a high rank horn and not... No, sorry, I am not going to take the egg. Or the eggs, but I don't mind selling them. I don't need. I can meld. I don't think I need you. I hope you got quite a few of the materials you needed bought. Although, I think you can only get 1 or 2 lashes. It is... Okay, let me go through this quickly. I do want to have a look at something. Is that what I want to go into? No, not yet. There we are. That's where I wanted to go. And I don't have any Hyper Agnactor. Okay. Okay, I see. So if somebody else wants to join, please come in. For that, I absolutely do need to post the info, though. I'm currently in box cleaning mode. Okay. Pump ID. And I am triple mistyping the numbers right now. No. There we are. Let me pin that to the top of chat. And I'll go have a look what just got posted up by Mark here. Or... Yeah, no, that ought to have been Mark. Stop the wheel. Okay, absolutely. I'll just go switch out the weapon quickly. You probably need some material from that. No, I haven't eaten. Okay. Last second reminder is better than no reminder. And let me just make sure that my items are sorted. There we go. Amogus. Yeah, okay, I haven't looked at the armor your Palico is wearing yet, but you might... Or do you mean you need some material from here? Yeah, I wouldn't say that is Amogus, that is Ace Attorney, that is Phoenix's Wright's hairdo and uniform style, and you do have the objection on your back. Oh, you need this for... Okay. No, that is absolutely fine. The reason why you want the quest is academic interest over anything... over anything that would decide whether I do want to do the quest, so don't worry. Objection indeed. Okay, I did get interrupted there. But I didn't have the stamina anymore to evade here. Let's get into the tail. iRockman, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. How are you? I think it did have a low rank village quest. I am unsure though. That is good to hear. I do need to charge this up again, don't I? Well. That did not go quite okay, and I'm getting not squashed here. I'm good, thank you very much. Okay, run out of stamina. Decrease my weapon power. I think this is the low rank stop the wheel. It doesn't feel like G rank, to be honest. Oh, you are kidding me. That sounds like modern Nintendo, unfortunately, but still, come on. Yeah, that is very annoying. And of course, they don't care much about that, especially, but yeah, that must be annoying and frustrating. Year is started and you're currently at Hunter rank 2. Well, I'm happy to hear that it didn't sour your enjoyment of the game itself, but I do understand the frustration of getting your saves deleted very, very much. Yeah, but probably if you do stop, then you're still getting all the save files they have deleted in about 6 months. Yeah, I would not... Okay, yeah, I see. So... Yeah, and after selling it, you were like, I do still want to play Generations Ultimate, and that led to that unfortunate fact. It is quite annoying, and I do think that these things should be kept, but yeah, can't force Nintendo, and I'm already not a fan that you have to pay at all to be able to play multiplayer. I think that should be a free service, especially if the architecture does not require any server costs from Nintendo. Mark, thank you very much for the hydrate and the posture check. I'll hydrate first. And yeah, I'm sitting properly. Yeah, indeed. I think that is something they absolutely should have allowed, but then again, they very strongly... They are very strong about the their ecosystem, and they don't want anybody messing with it. Too bad that it is punishing good people and not the people they want to keep out. iRockman, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very much. It is very much appreciated. I do want to switch my talisman. Bloody hell, okay, now I do need to do like this, and then I can switch the weapon and the talisman. Water resistance, defense, dragon resistance. There we go. That should get me... That gets me to 0. I do stream every weekend. There's a reason I do call it Monster Hunter Weekends, and yeah, I do stream other games under the week. Currently I'm streaming Supreme Commander and Mass Effect 2. I do not... Of course, Unlucky Cat is following me around here. Let's go for Black Belt over anything else. Basically my normal skill set I'll be eating for. Absolutely, I'd be happy to. Okay, I'm not sure now that I was clear, but I'd be happy to help out. I am 593 in total, because throughout all of my Monster Hunter games I basically only keep a single save file. I have a bit of headcanon that it is a single hunter traveling throughout and putting her skills, applying her skills. Yes, which, I mean, I only play on a single save file, so that accumulates. But yeah, and no, you don't need to push all that hard. I'll be happy to come down and help you. So yeah, I don't mind going to help out. Okay, I'm not sure why you took the mega potions, but that's fine by me. Well, it's fine for now. Thank you very much. The rest I cannot carry. So you can give that to me later on. Oh, come on. I don't have all that deep of a lore. Well, it accumulated a lot over time since I started out playing Monster Hunter almost 2 decades ago now. Next year it will be 2 exactly. But yeah, she's been traveling to a lot of places. Some places she prefers over others. Charge blades, yeah, I can see. I don't think their general sharpness is as bad as I've encountered it with switch axes. But I am very much a longsword main, so even there I'm unsure if that is something I actually... that I actually was unlucky with that particular set of switch axes, in that they had no sharpness, or whether that is something more universal. I do think... No, I did have a free one. There it is. I needed to heal, but I could not rush it. I don't want to get carted by him for healing. And while my first time fighting Fatalis on Freedom Unite, I still love fighting him there, don't get me wrong, but he is so much more fun in GU because he is so much more dynamic than back in the other games. In Freedom Unite, all 3 versions of Fatalis are actually very easily gunned with the correct skill set. And here I might have the issue that I don't understand the bows completely because I haven't played as a gunner since, well, Freedom Unite. You cannot cut Fatalis' tail. You can break his head and his chest, his head, chest, and wings. Currently I'm trying to focus on the chest and wings, but not... Come on. Not much else. And you're happy to join us in any combination, so both IROC, Tira, if you do want to do some stuff, I'll be happy to help both of you out. Yeah, I will be reading that after the hunt. I do need focus here, and I do ought to have another one here. Don't go backwards. Bloody hell. You don't like listening to me. Okay, I got scratched, but that is not as bad as if he had hit me properly with that. in that regard, I think my character is easier. She had no huge desire to kill or anything. She just found hunters. She basically had a childhood hero hunter and always wanted to become like him, and that's why she undertook the training, got posted to Poke, and really grew up to love the village, but unfortunately the guild then sent her on to do other stuff. Including, and I do know that that doesn't fit quite with the story, including to Rise's village. Yeah, that is fine. That is a skill called Sheath Sharpen. It only can activate when the monster is angry, but it does help to keep sharpness up during battles, since you will always regularly... Okay, thank you, and I am back up. Yeah, that is always something with him that can happen. I'm happy I'm able to tank one of those. In Freedom Unite, even as a Blade Master, you're not able to tank most single firebolts from him. I have enjoyed fighting Fatalis basically ever since I first managed to kill him. But in Freedom Unite, he is different in a few regards, making him actually easier to gun down rather than fight with a longsword. That changed for me in 4-4U, where due to his more dynamic changes, it became easier for me to fight with my trusty longsword over a bow. Oh, bloody hell. Heard him coming. But I got the timing slightly wrong. Okay, there we go. If I can have a second from him, I'd be happy to sharpen as well. Okay, some more damage onto the head. I do want the second or the third crack, I'm not sure exactly where we're at. And we do have the Dragonator ready, so I do want to use that to do some more additional damage as well. You're coming forward. Very nice. Maybe not the best hit, but very nice. Let's see if I can't do some jumping here and actually mount him. Oh, that was a nice hit. I do understand that curiosity very well. But bloody hell. Of course. There we go. No, he doesn't want me to mount him. In a way, I am not surprised and unfortunate. It is Vitalis. He is very, very deadly. And I'm not sure. He just said no. I'm not 100% sure, but I do think that was the event quest. Again, pretty sure doesn't mean that I am completely sure. Let's have a look. End of a dark. Let me see. No, that's Fade to Black, so it is... End of a Dark History is Event Black Fatalis. Yeah, I can understand that he is not... His strength and the fact that he can then cart you very easily is not something everybody enjoys. And he is a challenge, absolutely. Especially the harder event quests from him. What can I do to make it a little bit faster? Get some demon drugs, get some armor skins. Eat properly. Well, 2 or 3 hits from Fatalis. I'd need to go fetch it, but you need 8 mega potions. Well, I do hope you have the honey for it. If not, I can gift them to you. And now that I think about it, he is not using Dragon Element. He is using Fire Element, so I don't need to eat for Dragon. Fury, hello. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. I think... Well, I'm not sure. I hope that Mark has honey. I'd be going up the wall if my honey ever ran out. There is still space for one more, and we're going on to a event Black Fatalis hunt. You don't have honey. Well, I can give you some. Let me get you... Let me get you a bit more. 10 is not very much. And I'll be giving you a few more, I think 30... Sorry, 30 is the minimum you should have. Very nice. What I am looking for is a handicraft talisman. Let's wait for Fury to come in. I should have... Oh, the pin went down. Let me have a look. There we are. I thought I had pinned it until end of stream. Apparently I had not. Okay, no issue then. See you soon then. You're going to throw dung at God. Well... Good luck with that. Well, if he is God, I don't know if that is going to be useful, but thank you very, very much. That is not something I can easily answer you. You are at the wrong space, Fatalis. Yeah, he still would need work. Come on. Yeah, okay, he's very much focused on throwing about fireballs at the moment. There he comes. Ah, bloody hell. Not exactly how I wanted to hit him. That's a claw. Nope. That's unfortunate. He is unwelcoming in general today. Although he is the Black God of Destruction. So I maybe expect too much by such a being welcoming. You want to go hunt Bloodbath soon? Well, it is something I in general, do not worry about much. Since I only have the single save, and as such it's hard for me to know how to help. Okay. I'm going back. Okay, I do want to have a mega potion for that. Okay, I only got half of the strike in, which still is fine. That was a vicious swipe. Yeah, I don't think we'll be running for that much longer, so welcome Fury. Yeah, I really do have to sharpen here. I could have this, that would reduce my damage by a little. Okay, bad timing with the attack there. But there isn't really much you can do. Okay. There's not very much feeling like a mega potion wasted. Fatalis is not really wanting to hold still here. Oh. Ooh, that was close. I'm happily not stunned. And 2 should be enough to get me back into the healthy range, and that is unfortunate. Yeah, Fatalis in the event quests, both, or actually all 3 of the colors are very, very deadly. And again, reasonably so. A golden Veggie Elder ticket. Very nice, very nice. Sure. I have not really started fusing all the armors together. But that is mainly because I do want at least a good copy from every armor. And I think I'm going to mainly use it to fuse J-rank armor into the high rank and low rank armors, so that they are usable but look still the old way. And I don't think I do need anything really more here. Oh, there is one thing I've forgotten that will be helping out. Sure, I'll be happy to have you next week. It is always a bit unfortunate that it is getting a bit full. Not in a bad way, but yesterday as well with the Reich, it very much, we had to juggle a little bit, which is fine. I'm now finally having the time to read Bolt's backstory. Oh, okay. So basically, Dark is on a big revenge quest. Yeah, that is the one thing in GU that I am unhappy about. That, okay, the pub, fair enough, does offer all of the quests, but not all of the hunters can access it. And then the Academy hub doesn't offer all of the quests, but all of the hunters can access it. I'm not exactly sure why they needed to do it like that. It's a bit unfortunate. But if I were not already playing with Mark and Shui here, I'd happily switch over. The hub in that case would not be the problem. That's a cool backstory. Well, it's a good backstory. Understandable, but the revenge part is running a bit counter to the normal approach here in this world, where monsters are considered just part of nature, or partially very strong parts of that nature, and you need to live with them and not try to remove them or make them suffer. So that is that would be an interesting in-world discussion where people are a lot more mellow about the monsters, even if they can and do a lot of damage. Potent Hyper Extract is... it's hyper material, and I won't be able to give it over if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, not with Rarity 8. I don't mind. I'll have a quick look at what you are posting to get it, unless you're unsure, and I can have a quick look what works out there. Potent Hyper Extract. I'm taking a look. So you can start getting it in G2. So Hyper Hamitor or Hyper Yankutku, Catcher Watcher. It seems to be something that goes up all the way to the end for Hyper Monsters. It's basically the basic high rank, G rank, sorry, Hyper drop. Yeah, correct, but I didn't know it off the top of my head. I had to look it up. I do want to give this a go, but it should have enough sharpness for Kutku. Hyper Hamitor is... well, I mean, it's a Hamitor. And, oh, Raven, welcome in. We were waiting on Fury to join in. And that is... yeah, I hope that's not going to get... oh, you... okay, then you're not playing your normal save file. Okay. Sorry about that, it surprised me a little bit, and we do know another Raven, so that is where my mind jumped to. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, exactly. Well, okay, let's go. Nefini is 999 indeed. Unless my memory is playing me very strong tricks, but I am very certain that she is level 99 again. Again, already. In a way, okay. Not here. Okay, no. Probably going to have to... yeah, no. Okay, my bad. But we'll get there. It's area 3, but yeah, at least was starting down there. Varai, hello, come in, welcome. I hope you're having a good Sunday. And that you can look forward to more good Sunday from here on out. Okay. That, of course, feels so typical that I've been waving for the balloon and Kutko has decided to fly on. Okay, not area 4, but area 2? Not sure. Yeah, this seems to be 2. And here we have, finally, after running about for a while, we have our Kutku, and I am happy to hear that Drake, or Drake, okay, then I now only need to get more consistent at it. Okay. Let me focus on the quest here. I am getting kicked about a little by Kutku here. I was doing comparatively really strongly for Fatalis, and the little Kutku has been knocking me about a lot. Okay, not sure what hit me there. There is so much in that melee. Not yet run away. But he's going to run away. He's not sounding very healthy anymore. And if I do remember correctly, which very often means that I do need to hunt a few more of the species. No one did paintball him after we found him. We ran around for a few minutes looking for him. And then we didn't paintball him. No, that's not actually the area I wanted to go in, but Mark has found it. And now all we have to do is get ourselves over to there. And I just saw that we have ads running. Bloody hell, I didn't do very much at the end there. But we have ads running, and everybody who is getting the ads, I want to thank you very much for your patience with and during them. Thank you very much. It is really appreciated. No, that's not what I wanted to do. There it is. But this is not exactly the area I wanted to take a look at. Doesn't matter. A little bit. I still remember the journey in Freedom Unite, where you had a few of the drones, and then as your first Wyvern you were fighting Kutku. For the first few times he was impressive, and then you went on to Rathian, Rathalos, and you also had Gypsyros to keep Kutku company. But yeah, after a while he felt less and less impressive, especially as you went on to high rank, and then a while later G rank. He's not a bad monster, and I think he's one of the best monsters, beginner monsters, so far in the series. Absolutely, I don't mind going at it again. Okay, let me have a quick look. Okay, I could do this. Change this to here. I'm going to register it. I've been thinking I am not good enough with a hunting horn to really be an asset. Let me get out the hammer. Let me get the chicken smasher. A forever joke that's been running for a long time is, why does a hammer need sharpness? And I came to it because I was just thinking about another hammer, which I don't think is good enough to bring along, but which is a very fun one. It's basically a giant fist, for those who know. And well, I don't know if somebody in the guild decided that they are going to be fitting the hammer into the sharpness categories, and that any hunter being found lacking on hammer sharpness is going to bounce unless they prepared ahead of time with skills to avoid that. Yeah. I'm also wondering how good, if my hammer is still good enough to really be able to go ham on it. I know some of the comics, but I was not an avid comic collector in my youth. Until later, basically, but then I started to read manga, and so I've seen some here and there at friends, but yeah, unfortunately, I'm not aware of what you are referencing right now, Drake. Or Drake. Shui needs to get up. I do know the shorthand for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and as I said, I have seen some of the comics. I haven't watched the animated series at all, basically. But yeah. No, that is fine. That tells me I haven't been clear enough. But as I said, I haven't in general collected any of the American comics. And once I started getting into it, I immediately got to into manga. Sploosh, you're a big one. I forget that Kutku. Okay, getting too close there. Yeah, this is a sizable nugget chicken. He is a little bit... Okay. He is in a stage that the game calls hyper, with some areas being more vulnerable than usual. In this case, his left leg and head. No. And I forget, I'm not having my longsword. That means I am not... suited up with a depth style. I'm suited up with the guild style here. So I can't roll through those attacks. Well, there is Kulu Yaku. Oh, bloody hell. Taken a tail to the face for that hit. That is true. He is indeed a whole breakfast. Chicken and egg included. Or he might be, well, 95% of a dinner. It'll be missing the onions. For a Japanese, for a very nice Japanese dinner dish. Well, in my head canon, yes. And the biggest delicacy is basically sorry. The biggest delicacy is basically the Hermitors. It's always a huge event when another Hermitor gets hunted. Not because it's especially threatening or anything, but because it means that there is another crab available. They also really love to eat crabs. And I can understand it. Crabs are really, really nice. Okay, and I'm absolutely feeling that I am not doing all that well with a hammer. Yeah. Probably because lack of immediate thought, but I do. It's not nothing immediate. Is bloody hell. No, that's not the way we wanted. We would want to go. No Japanese game immediately comes to mind that doesn't. Although now that I do had a few moments, I just had one. The original Mario didn't have crustaceans. They had turtles, but that is not exactly the same. So older games, but they're probably more due to technical limitations rather than... Or maybe it was a mixture of both. That's now not something I can immediately say. But if you're not fighting crustaceans in a lot of modern Japanese games, you're going to be fishing crustaceans at least. Yep. Let me see, how does this... Oh, that is that attack. Okay. Indeed. It's not unique to Japanese games to have crustaceans as enemies, but... Maybe simply because Japan puts a lot more effort onto the fishing part in games, that it is more to the forefront. Well, if it wasn't planned, then take a look back, realize why it happened, and that will automatically improve your gameplay. Need one. You mean you need one more potent hyper extract? Well, you hit me alongside her. Yeah, the Maya lurks are very, very big. They make for an intimidating enemy, which I do enjoy. I do like that in that game they took the, or rather in those games, they took the massive size of their mutated crustaceans together with thick armor to really make them tough enemies. Yes, but if you don't want to spend a lot of ammo, you either have to get into melee range with them, where they're very formidable, or you need to be patient and really know what you're doing. They have some ginormous weak spots if you know how to exploit them. Possible. I always remember fighting them mainly with either in melee or with sniper rifles, getting them from a really long range into the few weak spots that they do have. I think the game there is suffering from something in that you do need to skill up all the weapons individually, but but in the beginning you're not finding very many energy weapons, so I've spec'd so deep into normal guns that by the time I get my energy weapons, it's going to require another huge investment to become proficient with them, and as such I may just play more normal guns. Okay, I hope he's spun enough, but while he's not spinning, no, you don't see that one too often, that is correct. It's a cool part, though, that he... Well, his mom never taught him table manners, but... I at least feel quite par with a hammer. No, that should be... There we are. Sorry for knocking you out, but at least... I got the stun in I was going for. The one thing I'm not sure is, should I try to charge more? Or do I want to go in for the basic attacks? Because that Unsheath is also probably doing good amounts of damage. If you can hit it. Okay, he pushed really hard through that melee in order to get out of here. And hunters were flying in all directions. Doo-doo. That's another Khonshu roll. Okay, I'm not sure running away did this Kutku any good. At least, although chicken doesn't need it, it's pre-tenderized. Is that stronger than any of the charges? It could be, because it does require more commitment. I know that this is not very useful. The small sideways swing. Okay, some more hypermaterial, some good extracts, some horn coins. I have not been collecting them for a while. And some more talismans for the melding grind. To which I do want to go and have a very quick look. How far we are with the current run. Well, I'm missing one. But I basically can set up for 10 more. There's some defense, which I already have a good talisman for. Or at least a talisman for. iRockman, thank you very much for the hydrate. And a posture check. Good enough. Thank you. I am sitting, well, at least according to the chair, I'm sitting straight in it. Yeah, and I'm not going to keep that one. It's not going to do anything more than the other one. You want what now? That may just be me at the moment, but I'm not sure what you would... Oh. Unfortunately, I can't pass one over to you. So... yeah. And... I've gotten the questions a few times. Second posture check. Okay, I don't think I have gone slumping. So I'm good. Let me see what the next monster is. I might switch over the weapon there. Oh, yes. Let's have some fun. I forget. I really need to get used to this because in basically any other game it doesn't matter if you're going to just switch it out on the fly, but here you didn't need to reapply style and arts, so yeah. I hope you're going to have some fun playing, and I couldn't tell you, but yeah, I hope it's nicely loaded up. She's not really into much of that. Oh, unfortunately, I didn't get what I ate for. She's the event quest though, so I do want to pack some additional stuff just to make sure. That's an empty bottle, or almost empty bottle. So let's grab hold of the new one. Okay, as always with the language requests, if I am going to answer commentary or questions from you, I'll do so in English, and otherwise I'll be talking Japanese from now. それは、トライが、ありがとう。私は多分日本語は多分この名前はプロナンシエーションはなしです。それじゃあね。みんなの日本人だよ。私の日本語は全然いいんじゃないんだよ。まだ勉強する。でもこれは頑張る。 食べたい。まあ、このダメージはもっと大きいだよ。もちろんこれはセーフスポットじゃない。私は今、これ、ずっとの日本語のリクエストです。私のも、私の頭はコロネの英語のセッション覚えてる？そう。これは日本語のみんなの話するの人だよ。言葉覚えてない。シミラノです。それはやばい。すみません、みんな。おかえり。多分ちょっと違うだよ。Welcome back, Bolt. I'm currently having the Japanese language redeemed, so I'll be switching back. それはもっと日本語の話する。私のマックスポーションはここです。ステーキはここ。Have fun, Drake. ディオ、あなたは、多分ディオじゃない。でもな、みんなはディオです。これは、はいはい。本当にちょっと無理だよ。Sorry, have fun, Raik. 今 100% 覚えてない。これは英語の話すると話さない。まあこの虫は一番簡単じゃないの虫だよ。もうちょっとあとはもう英語の話する。OK。 Okay, timer and additional time is up. What I find a little bit unfavorable at the moment is that the fortress is pointed towards this wall here. Rather than anywhere really practical. It's hard to reach the front here. I did read about the lore of your character. It is rare in this universe to have somebody who really hates monsters and wants to make them suffer rather than to see them as a useful part of nature or a part of nature that can be both a risk and a boon for the materials it can deliver. Okay, I have the feeling the game does not exactly know what to do because I've seen Fury dropping down through the fortress, or through the mech rather, several times and then coming back up. I can speak 4 languages and I'm still learning Japanese. I think that's the fairest way to put it. I'm not good enough at Japanese yet to really consider myself a proficient speaker of it. So it's English, French, German, Luxembourgish, and Japanese. And Luxembourgish being my mother tongue. To a degree, for me, it's we had to learn basically most of the languages in school. So my level in French is good. If you do know about the European classification, I am at C2, or I was at C2, and I'm rusty. I haven't spoken French conversationally in a while I do need to use it here and there for... Bloody hell, no. Sorry, guys. I closed that one out. Sorry. Didn't think that would do that much damage. As I said, sorry. I was talking about my level in French, so yeah, it's something I do need to use, but I'm not using it deeply conversational. It's more ordering stuff and buying stuff. Because, well, she's a challenge. Nice. Yeah, French has some really, really nice places. Especially down towards the Mediterranean. But I also really like the region around the Loire. It's a pretty famous one. I'm not doubting you know it, but for anybody else, it's a pretty famous region with a lot of Renaissance era castles, I want to say, if I remember that correctly. I personally live in Luxembourg. That is a really nice area. And then Normandy, if the weather's holding up, and down the Atlantic coast. Yes, I do indeed live in Luxembourg. I imagine that a lot of people haven't been here. Okay, Mark has left. I wonder if that is a disconnector or whether he has to go do something else now. It is the name for both the capital city and the country, and I can imagine that the capital city gets more international exposure, which then might lead people to believe it's a city and not a country. Which, yeah, is not entirely it's not entirely correct. Okay. I'm having a quick look here. You launched a party. Well, have a lot of fun. Silver Lake, hey, welcome in. Hello, how are you? No, I don't mind. I'll be switching the weapon back. Although this has good raw and some defense, I think that is not going to be a bad one. Ah, that is Silver Lake indeed. Let me get some additional items here, including some more books. I do want to face him with a full complement of flash bombs at least. That is not the correct stack. This is. And I am going to be eating for it. Riser and black belt. Very nice. I am not remembering whether the wing crack, the necessity to crack the wing for him to fall down, was unique to the Dread variants of Rathian and Rathalos. But I am pretty sure they were, which would mean that I can throw out my flash bombs with abandon, and if I do it right, he'll be coming tumbling out of the sky every time. Let me come out here. Oh, okay. I don't mind accepting these, but I don't want to show my okay, I have not received any friend requests at this time. Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. I was pretty sure that it said that I received a friend request. Oh, okay, he is already in the list there. Okay, I'll have a look at that then later. As I said, I don't want to show my Switch menu on stream if I can avoid it. So I'll take a look afterwards and we can go on to try this Rathalos. I almost already forgot what we are going to be hunting. And I do agree, if our intervention can avoid villages getting attacked by this particular silver Rathalos, then it's a good idea to intervene. Why the party carrying me here dropped me off at the camp, I don't know. On G rank, I am not really used to it. Yeah, if you forgot to eat and we need to restart, it's not a big deal for me. Okay, let's get up. Okay, he is going to come jumping back right into a flash bomb. She is in area 11. I had the feeling she might have taken a look around maybe to do some gathering, but it's hard to say. He is getting knocked about a bit, and I'll be taking care of the tail for a little at least here. Okay, bloody hell, that was not going the correct direction. Is he asleep? No, okay. Stunned. I am quite bad at detecting when a monster falls asleep, and usually I don't expect it, so it takes me a little bit too long in order to get the reflex, to have the reflex to stop. Hitting it, so I really worried that I might have undone the sleep there had I continued to hit. And that was quite a painless attack on him. That's a personal thing, but I didn't get the tail off. But everything else, except the back, he's well broken. Let's put it like that. It's not every part that could break that is broken, but a lot of it. has managed to... We managed to go crack. To make go crack, rather. The first sentence didn't make much sense. I would, well, technically, maybe, but she is rather usually an active participant. Maybe something happened and she had to step away quickly. Or maybe people, you might say I'm too soft, which I don't think. And also, and that is maybe an important point, I don't mind it as much in GU as I would in the 3 modern games, because the difficulty does not adjust on the fly. I wish you luck on getting the items you need. It's the wrong way around, but that's fine. If we're doing some round robin stuff, I'm going to have a look at stuff I might still be missing for my long swords here. Oh yeah, we did manage to beat him there last time. Hey, that's a level up for a longsword, and I do need to collect some mantles for that. Okay, yeah. That is a new longsword maxed out. That means that I do need to put it onto its correct spot here. Okay, that is poison. So at least a little bit further on, there we are. In the correct spot now. Shui looks like she also had to leave then. So that's a suggestion, but I'm suggesting to go for another Atal Khan, not the event quest this time though. No, I don't mind at all. Oh yeah, I might want to have a seat and indeed order something from here. If we're going for that, or maybe something else, but if we go for something else, it is going to be thunder, so this is going to be good. Atal Ka, because she's not doing any elemental damage, but so it's given me skills I want, and if we are going to do something else. I am also ready for it. And I just saw there are more ads incoming, so for everybody who is having the ads or is going to get the ads, thank you very much for your patience. It is very much appreciated. So thank you very much for your patience with and during the ads. Yeah, absolutely. You're going to go fetch a few more dark pieces and so on. Is it dark? Yeah, dark pieces. That is one of the drops you can mine from the Fatalis longsword, greatsword, sorry, in Poke. But was that the only thing that came off that sword? Are you leaving as well, Silver Lake? In that case, please have a great rest of your Sunday, and thank you very much for having joined us here. We had a good hunt there, so thank you very much. Oh, that's actually not quite correct. Okay. Alchemy Slick. Yeah, that is also another idea, but he wanted to finish up a Zynoga GX armor. So... But again, I don't mind much. I'd be... Yeah, I do think that is a reasonable thing to do. You know what? Well, I don't know. You might currently be preparing for the quest I have posted, but if you do want to go continue on immediately, we can do that as well. But I do think with the time you've taken, you might have prepared for... bloody hell. It is very hard to read minds, especially over the internet, and I'm to a degree attempting it anyway. But if you're going to post a quest bolt, then I'm going to rescind mine and will be going on yours. Although I might have to switch. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of switching there. Basically, different talisman and different weapon. Nope, not dragon, thunder, there we are. And I very much want a fire elemental weapon. Well, the lashes are Kirin, and then we're going to need to do some Kezu. And I did remember this time to bring me some hot drinks along so I won't freeze up on top of the mountain. You have sleep and bombs. Okay. I'll try... No, I'll keep that in mind and I'll try not to go too much ham on Kirin such that I can stop once it falls asleep. Okay. Kirin is where I expected him to be. Don't put bombs on the head. Okay, that is contrary to what I would have expected. Isn't the head, after all, the most... Oh, okay. And since they deal fixed damage... So it's not even going to make a difference if you are waking the monster up with it. You are absolutely welcome back. But every time somebody announces we're playing with sleep, I feel a little bit nervous that I might go overboard. That's bad. And that was a very quick hunt. This poor specimen did not really stand a chance. And I hope that I'm not getting what Bolt was hoping for. Oh no, I have gotten it, but I hope that I haven't taken it away. Good. I also got 2 lashes from the carving, and yes, I do know that the luck there is independent, but back in the Freedom Unite days when we would be sitting in a living room somewhere, we'd always complain if we didn't get what we wanted, that somebody else carved it out from under us. So, at least 4 tails, if I remember correctly, were received from this singular Kirin. A few more charms. And I got an Azure Peak I can put back into my reserve. Absolutely, Fury. B will be awaiting you right back. And for the Thunder Sacs, we're going to go do Khezu. I do think, even though I haven't checked it in a while, that Khezu is the only one dropping the sacks. Everybody else has a different way of producing the electricity and thus a different drop. Make sure if you do need thunder or lightning sacks. Welcome back, both Silver and Fury. And now that I think about it, oh, okay. Give me a second. That's one I'd need to. So that is lightning sacks in English. Which very much would be Khezu. I did want to come here to do some exchange. I'm not sure if I should be bringing bombs. And these are not actually all that useful. It's Khezu for sure, but it's G rank Khezu, not high or low rank. Because the Thunder Sacs are high rank material. Okay. If equipment though stays this way, I might want to styles. There we are. Which then makes me quickly think, isn't there a great longsword with sleep potential that with a little bit of luck I might be able to get through? Well, there is one. Although since we're fighting Kezu... Okay, I am an adept. But I didn't have an art selected. I'll be right up as soon as the quest gets posted. Oh, okay, I do need to start in a different position. So from this to this to this. As it seems, I do have enough to get it quite far at least. Break body 27%. It's not a... I wouldn't say it's a bad build. Especially with critical draw, the boost, focus and sharpness. But optimal, I am not... I'm not the one with that much experience. I've been always playing my own style in the series. Bone Greatsword is better. Okay, I'm not... Well, in that case, I am even further from optimal because I'm bringing Moonbreaker along. Yeah, your build though goes for to do damage with blunter weapons, and as such the Akanto Greatsword has a great damage potential with little sharpness, which makes that a lot stronger. Okay, I find that a little bit difficult to use yet. Then again, I haven't been practicing my Greatsword for a long time. So, unsurprisingly, suboptimal play. Okay. It's been a while since I played Freedom Unite, but every time I spawn onto this part of the marshes in particular, I always feel like back in Freedom Unite, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm on my way. Well, I guess everybody is, but I can only talk directly about me. So now let's... Okay. Yeah, that was suboptimal. I'm not sure how well he is taking this treatment. Apparently not great. Whoops. I wanted to join, but I had... I was holding block while still having, or run / block while I was still Nice work indeed. Well played, everybody. I think I am going to make that great sword, if only for the fact that it so much looks like a long sword. Okay, you can go into an instant block. I don't think he's usually giving out half a dozen lightning sacks to a single person, so I think we will need to go at it again. And he was short. Shorter than even my previous one. You got one and you needed 4, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that is absolutely fine. so you'll be back in a minute, and I'll be taking that minute to very quickly go take a break. I'll be right back. Thank you very much for your patience during this break. But I said I'll be right back, and yeah, thank you. Okay, I am back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. So, we are going to the next kazoo. I think I had eaten. Indeed, I had. And I am now basically all ready for this. We'll be waiting on probably Silver coming back very soon, and then Fury coming back in. Your set is more on fire attack for now. Fair enough. Well, I could quickly go do that. No. Go without Fury? Okay. We can go the two of us, Dark, if you want to. But I'm going to switch out to a longsword in that case. I'll be right back. It's just that my greatsword is not really good enough to feel like I'm really able to... Bloody hell, forget that. Like this, then this. That I'm really good enough to participate if... without my longsword. Brew, brew. Yeah, I am in the area I thought I was, and so... I can run through here up to Kazoo. That's bad. That was one hit too many. Okay. Okay, I got knocked by his tail there. So far, so good. That should give me red bar. Okay, for that long, there's not a second one coming. And following that... Okay, I'm going to get pulled along there another time. Okay, my Palico was trying to follow him with that huge barrel. Reminds me of Freedom Unite Poke Farm, where at one point you had a cat willing to run into a cave with a bomb for you in order to extract ores from that cave. And that was always a little bit between funny and, well, no, not as much then. That, now that I think about it, came more recently, in that with trying to portray the world less comically in the 3 modern games, it made that particular sequence seem a lot more horrific. In a comic, it's a fun little sequence in which somebody goes to take some damage or risk without being aware of even the possibility of that, so that works in a comic. It doesn't work in a more serious environment. So, but ever since it feels off that they had... Oh, bloody hell, that was too quick. That they had that particular sequence, and then later on I did not bring another trap, so Senator might have thank you. Ooh, that was... Oh, that was not what I was hoping for. And they dunged Senator. I hope he is not going into the same direction. But then if Kirin does decide to come down, we're not going to need much more time cleaning him up. That is unfortunate. If I do remember correctly. Yeah, he's coming over here. Let's have a quick look if it was worth for you running away. There he is. Nice work indeed. Okay, that is far more movement than I thought it would do. I am used to the Greatsword just having that small step forward. But the Valor Charge in that regard works quite differently. With that, I hope you got at least a singular bloody hell sentence. At least one more lightning sack. Valor gauge up, press X, and then... Yeah, that makes sense. Well, makes sense. I am not the expert on Valor Longsword, Greatsword. Missing one sack. Absolutely, we can run and go fetch that. Didn't even get anything. It's been... Thank you for letting us know. I am not sure how much of a hassle it is to do the transmogs. I have not done them personally much yet, and as I said, I do want to sit down and do all of the low-ranking armor into... I do want to transmog them if they look different from the G rank armor. Of course, if they look the same, then I am not going to put the effort in to transmog them. Question is, into what? I shall morph them, and so far at least my answer is that I do want to put the the corresponding G rank armor below it. But I might do some special sets where I am where I'm taking mixed armors and then transmogging them into something, into an exterior armor I do enjoy very much. Maybe even a meta armor, and in that sense that I'll be doing that. The big advantage in GU is that I don't need to worry about evasion skills, so that is a ton of skills already off. That is going off. Okay, so yeah, I was aware that you needed 2 armors. Oh, and then if you have... Oh, okay, so from those fusion tokens you can buy from the girl on the pub, you can get... You need more the rarer the armor is. Do you want to restart? Or do you want to keep going? I'm fine with either, and if you need it, I can, for example, lend you a... Can I give you a max potion? I could give you a max potion if you needed it. Okay. That trap is always a little bit... That is the Akonto bow. It's, out of all of the bows, the one that is the most familiar with it. I've been using it a ton. Okay. In its introductory game in Freedom Unite. Are you tricking me here? They can, but I would have been surprised if Akonto had changed between games. It's an iconic bow, and oh, okay, in that way they can change. Yes, yes, yes. I meant more from how they are looking. And since we have the heavy arrow introduced in this game, there is going to be a difference there as well. With... Well, I'm not sure if Akonto does get heavy. He barely got all 3 arrow styles back in Freedom Unite, since they nerfed him from Freedom 2 to Unite, that they removed a charge level. So even with the ammo box, I only have 3 charge levels on the bow instead of the normal 4. But in Freedom Unite, it has been a terribly strong Dragon Elemental bow. Okay, I'm not happy I interrupted him there. I'm not sure if that is indeed the case. probably I can take a look at the bow, and then since I do remember the Freedom Unite stats quite well, I could tell you, but bloody hell, let me... But purely from how the bow looks, yeah, they're very similar. Okay, I can't help but wonder whether that arrow animation is for the new heavy type of arrow. I was only... Well, it was only a single shot, so it can only have been pierce or heavy. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure I know enough about bows, but I always thought at least that a drop in the level of the arrow type. So that is exactly as it is in Freedom Unite. And the levels in Freedom Unite, if I remember now correctly, were 4 pierce and 3 rapid. Ah. Well, I'm taking close. But yeah, it is the only bow I can't do that with because, well, it's the only bow I can try to do it with because it's the only bow I've ever been using. In GU we want level 5 shots, so a level 5 shot has just more power and does more damage. Or is that... Okay, we'll be back very soon as well. Okay, I've lost my hot drink. Well, I remember that Pierce, especially against bulky monsters, was always the way to go in Freedom Unite. But I've heard with the new heavy type that is the more damaging or the more universally applicable one. Spread is, or at least felt always very much like good enough to, if you could spam it in a way. Oh, that is unfortunate. Oh, are you going to come into the trap? Okay, trap is just to deal additional damage. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That a very strong but arrow that requires skill is going to be used in an environment where it can profit from it the most. And so basically, with what you told about max range, with the drop, as long as the arrow doesn't drop onto the ground, it can deal damage. That is not bad, but there being a bug is going to be a bit annoying, I'm guessing. I guess you need to have a bit of a minimum distance in order to be able to hit the arrows successively rather than at the same time. It's still pretty good. I like Rapid in Freedom Unite to the point that for the fights where I'm using a bow, which is mainly Basarios and Fatalis, that I can charge up, just load it in when either he's coming by or after he has done the attack, and then go in and deal that damage. But then usually standing close, you're going to probably in this game run into that bug. And then again, I do also know that you should not be too close to the monster when you're firing. Okay. I'll go fetch an ice elemental weapon. This time I'll remember to adjust the talisman as well. There we are. Not dragon, but not dragon resistance, but thunder resistance. Sorry for interrupting myself there. And I'm seriously not exactly considering both of the ice elemental longswords to be superior to this one. Yeah, Pierce you always wanted to have a good distance from. But Pierce was my main attack in Freedom Unite. Because with the quick charge or fast charge, I'm not exactly sure what the skill was called again, you could shoot arrows and basically recover more stamina on the second. Like if you charge to the second level, which was Pierce on the Akanto bow, you could bloody hell. You could shoot constantly while recovering stamina at the same time, which was useful, especially if you had run around a little bit. You could keep up the barrage while going at it. And also, Raven, welcome in. I don't think I have wished you a great Sunday yet. I was in the quest and I didn't think about it afterwards. So, I hope you're having a great Sunday. Yeah, it gives you the additional damage from having charged, but since it charged so quickly and then being also that Pierce had the longest range, you really could put a lot of damage into Fatalis, whether you were alone or not. And Fatalis being bulky enough from the sides if you hit the wings to be able to use all of your pierces, or head, or the lower one where you just go into the tail. Fair enough, didn't do as much damage, but you could do a lot there with Pierce. Which, again, I know that I am repeating myself on that point, maybe even rambling on that point. Is more or less the only way I've ever used the bows. Yeah, but I do remember we had a lot of trouble with Fatalis, and then it was Black Fatalis and Castle Shrade back at the time, where you could go back and forth from the... I'm going to need to sell that then. That I would camp at one of the entrances, I think it was the northern one, and keep peppering Fatalis, and then always dodge back in as he was attacking. And that was how I got my first Fatalis kill after a lot of patience. Okay. Yeah, it was never good to just spam the lowest level, or it never felt good, at least. So, but I'm guessing that if you have the opportunity, you always want to try and charge your bow as much as possible in GU. Which, okay, I am really showing some lack of knowledge here, because we used it very specifically for the case of the 3 Fatalis, where piercing him did, or felt like it did, a lot more than peppering him with the rapids that the Akonta bow had. So I am not 100% sure if something has changed there, because I don't know exactly how it was in the beginning. One thing I do realize is that Fatalis has gotten a lot more animated, a lot nimbler since then. That is exactly the set I was using. You got distracted. That is okay, Fury. Yeah. It's fine. Exactly. Capacity, focus, evade plus... No, not evade plus 1. Or I think it okay, it might be on the armor, but we haven't been using the armor specifically for that. But capacity, focus, and guts were the 3 important aspects to the armor. But that armor doesn't quite work the same way in GU anymore. Unfortunately, the Lavasyoth Gunner armor does not have all the same skills as it had in Freedom Unite. So for those particular skills, my current, or the idea for my current main armor is the Glavenus Gunner armor indeed. And then again, I'm also only building it because it's really something that I know was something that I used in the past. Okay, then I do need to consecrate a little bit more space towards the gunner armors. For right now, I have planned for a single page basically in my box to be gunner armors, and I filled it up with the Sorol set. As I said, Glavenus and the 18, or well, I don't have all the pieces yet, but the 18 sets of Deviant armor. Okay, shall we either unlock or continue grinding your Deviants a little bit more, Bolt? And I've just seen that we're having more ads. So for everybody who is getting or who already has ads, thank you very, very much for your patience with and during them. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay. Some more material I can use to exchange for points for Thunderlord's armor. Although, as you might have seen, I am not lacking for that. I'm going to take a very quick look into my item box. So, clearing that out. This is for some more level 8 or 7 armors rather that I want to get in. But Blade Master, basically, this is also a bit of fill up area. So maybe consecrate half another page to gunner armor. Thank you very much again for joining us, Silver. It's been a lot of fun. If you're leaving and I am not misinterpreting that. If I have, then I am sorry. But looks like I did not misinterpret it. If you don't mind, Bolt, I might want to go to have a G4 drill tusk. Again, if you are fine with it. Still need the G5 hunt here. I need to Well, I am pushing, but I am pushing slowly since I do want or need a lot of the tickets. You know what? I think I'm going to switch the sword out and then accept it. You can always post another quest if you have something you'd rather go to fight. Hey, hello, welcome into the hub, Raven. So if I remember correctly, yeah, this is the no feints allowed quest. Well, he is spitting water, but it doesn't matter all that much if I'm not getting it. Nice, looking good on the armor. Oh, the male armor is really looking tough and bulky. I like it. Yeah, that's a really good, looking armor. We can get ahead and do that afterwards. Water weakness, indeed, yes. Well, I guess it's pretty obvious since the rest of us are all bringing Mizutsune weapons. And Fury, I think optically your armor is a Contour, Azuros for the waist, at least. Is that? I'm not sure if that is Senator. But Kirin for the headpiece, and I'm not sure about the chest piece. And for Raven, that is the Rajang leggings, Mizutsune head, torso, and waist. And I think those are event gauntlets. Kirin Strider, Seregios, Hunter XR, and a Contour R. Okay. Mizu, Solseer, Strider event. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Now that you say it, the tacets are probably are more similar to Amatsu. Yeah. I could use the excuse that I just don't know the male armors quite as well. No layer, yeah. But that is, if I saw correctly, and that should be the complete GX Zinogre armor. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Okay, managed to get away in time. Else that would have immediately closed out the quest. And that would have been very disappointing. Yeah, okay. We're having him in very much a compromised position for now. And he is getting smashed hard. It is a probably more or less a random seeming thought now, but does the heavy arrow do stun damage on monsters? If not, the stun must have been only from the impact files on the... No. Axes do not have files, do they? Okay, again. Okay. That is fine, don't worry. Both of you. No? So, the stun didn't come from you. Oh, with exhaust coatings. Okay, fair enough. I thought they only would make the monster hungry faster. And arc shots are a an art you can use. Okay. So you'll put some good effort into getting that that stun. I know that I can't have contributed to it. Oh, okay, they're just the overhead shots. Once I get back to gunning a little bit, I'll absolutely need to learn a lot there. Okay. But I did get some of what I wanted. So, Bolt, you can go ahead and grind some more of your deviants up as well. I have a few, but yeah, I don't mind for you to go first. Okay, I'll be switching out to ice there, checking if I have the correct talisman. I do. And that is ice. Well, let us raise that by now at least one. It's a capture quest. I'll be bringing a pitfall trap. Can I eat for thunder? I can. It does. It fits, at least for the male GX armor, it fits. Which great sword is that, though? I'm not getting the reminder. Sorry, I'm going to have a look there. The Viking Horn Sword. It looks cool. Frozen Seaway. That is what I suddenly got the worry that it would be. It's Caduceus's great sword. Cool. It looks really nice. It looks the part of a big boss sword. Probably has more sharpness than Okanlos. I've so far only heard it once or twice in game. Absolutely. Of course. Well, that was a risk I took with that. Okay, I hope we're not mashing him too much. I do not have my visual indicator for when it can be captured. I do not. I usually have it, but I did exchange it for thunder resistance. He is completely cracked. Or she is completely cracked. I don't think we know. Nope, not quite completely yet. There is still the second horn. Okay. Fury, we need to capture. And I think she is weakened enough now. No? Oh, there we are. Okay. Pretty much, yes. This was a great run. Okay. Yeah, I try to, but for me it's always a mix of I need to get to the parts and so throw her down. The tail when I'm fighting Thunderlord, or, well, with Thunderlord again, we don't know the gender, so maybe a mix. The tail is something that comes pretty easily because to throw them about, I do need to attack the back legs with the swings I have. That is also going to do damage on the tail, so I can imagine that, yes. Knowing that everything else will come in time as you concentrate on breaking parts. I call, well, maybe I shouldn't be selfish, but I want to call dibs on Bulldrome. Out of all of the monsters, it is the one I really am going to say I hate them. Sure. You do that, I am going to aggressively remove the pest on the map. I really... Yeah. No, I don't like Bulldrome. Not because I don't like the fight, but he is responsible for all of the bloody Bullfango. And for that, Bulldrome deserves death. Okay. So we won't need to deal with this annoyance. And I hope that means also fewer Bullfango in the future. But in a way, I worry that it doesn't because they are just pests. Okay. He abruptly and decisively decides that he had enough. I have at least 6. I have at least 6 weapons maxed out already. Well, already strong words for only having a minority of your weapons maxed out. But most of them, to be fair, only started rather recently. They are very nice and enjoyable weapons. I wish they had a bit more for the ice weapons. Snow Baron, neither Snow Baron nor Elder Frost are the best ice longswords, in my opinion. But one thing that I like is the Thunderlord's longsword and Bolt Reaver's longsword are very good Thunder longswords. Silverwind is probably something I'm going to be using a lot more. Sorry, I read your comment there, Raven. That is not wrong. So I read your comment and then interrupted myself. That tends to be true, but it has ice potential, so I'm classifying it as such. But also as a raw weapon, it doesn't fit into my preferred categories. I prefer more sharpness, which is why if I need to stop using handicraft on the armor, Silverwind is absolutely something I am going to be looking forward to. Every bow made and fully upgraded, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That would be 16 bows. Missing Snow Baron and Night Cloak because they do not provide a bow. Oh, you meant every bow. Okay. It's a goal I am going for my for the longswords. I am pretty good, but I am not completely there. Not completely there yet. I am missing. I want to say about. I have a third of the deviant weapons done and 4/5 or 5/6 of all long swords that I have, or that are in the game. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Razorwind, to Rust Razor. I have started the weapon, but I haven't ground the quests enough in order to be able to finish him. And I'm just okay. I found what I was looking for, but my brain was taking a quick break there. So the weapons that I have currently finished, or the Deviant Longswords that I have finished, are Red Helm, Snow Baron, Stone Fist, Silver Wind, Thunder Lord, Night Cloak, and Elder Frost. Drill Tusk is pretty close on level 14. That is why I wanted to go for that hunt quickly. Yeah, I had seen you with the Grimclaw weapon before. Grimclaw is 12. I do need to grind that one a little bit more as well. But for overall, I am a bit surprised that I haven't finished up the Devilio. Both of the Devilio longswords I have not completely finished up yet. I thought I had, but it seems like that I would need to sit down to get some more hyper material before I can finish them. I am missing a few event weapons. Don't have enough, or did I? Okay, I thought for the longest time one of the longswords that I hadn't finished was Amatsu as well. Although that might have switched when I was helping somebody with Amatsu lately. If I am wrong, I am sorry. But Amatsu Alatreon, of which I really have not fought all that many yet. Black Fatanas I don't think I have maxed out yet. Crimson I know I haven't. White Fatalis, the longsword is maxed. I am missing some more, at least Brute, but, oh, bloody hell. Brute, not Basarios. Brute Brachidios. I am missing the final stage on the longsword. It's really hard to go through since I don't have the list in front of me. The one list I do have is for my deviant weapons, and there are still some big holes where I haven't even gotten down to starting all of the weapons yet. And even for the gunner armors, I'm still missing Rust Razor, Soul Seer, Bolt Reaver, Elder Frost, and Bloodbath without a single armor piece yet at all. But that also stems, at least partially, from the fact that it feels more comfortable to stay in a difficulty rather than switching about. Or maybe that is just something of mine. some of the event longswords. I still haven't managed to, well, I still haven't ground up to their last level yet. That is much more correct, it being a lack of time investment rather than anything else. Indeed. Good hunt, everybody. Here is the tail. I was thinking that he might have dropped a shiny. If he did, he's either lying on top of it or it has disappeared already. That is a very nice reward box. And I'm happy to have some more talismans. The iron hammer is not necessarily worth it here, but I'll be taking those additional 1,000 zennies as a reward for the quest. So it's pretty easy to show what I have finished and what I haven't. Up to here, or depending on how you look at it, starting from here, so from the top left corner down to here, all of these are completely finished. And I am missing 12 here and another 7 here for a total of 19 missing, plus the missing deviant longswords, going for another 10. So yeah, there is still some work remaining there. No, I am fine helping you push Thunderlord. And the later levels as they come up are definitely also worth it for me. So don't worry about it. You're not in the ice. Not in ice. And a pastime many modern hunters cannot indulge in: drinking heavily before going onto a quest. It's such a small thing, in a way, but I was seriously readying myself to be ready to jump through the charge there, but that Bullfango had different ideas. And that is my main reason why I dislike Bullfangos. Well, no, I hate Bullfangos. And at least here, they are a lot less aggressive than they were in Freedom Unite, where... Man, I don't know even what to compare it with, but they were rabid towards hunters. If they saw you, no break. Although, in Generations Ultimate, the Up to North are taking... are also becoming very annoying, but... for whatever reason it was... it's not quite as annoying as the Volfanga, probably because you can see them coming from further away, and you can just... if that even works, I think it does. You can take them into crossfire where you both hit them and the main monster you're hunting, so... and their lower speed makes them less annoying, I want to say. Although we were talking about how annoying they are, and I'm trying to explain why they annoy me, but they don't make me hate them like the Volfangos did. And I don't think I'm currently doing a very good job of it. But yeah, Up to North, I feel more are troubled by their stubbornness to refuse to temporarily withdraw and instead becoming aggressive. But always aggressive towards the hunter, never aggressive towards the monster that might have jumped and hit them. Yeah, no. Look, you're a Volfango. I didn't realize, because I don't want to suffer you to live. Yeah, you can shake your head as much as you want. I'll be back for you. Do, 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 do. Yeah, that is a good talisman for the melding pot. Speaking about the melding pot, I do think that I have run through the work I posted for Maximeld. I indeed have. Let's quickly get them in and post new ones. Fabled first. Registered. Okay, no new handicrafts. I'm not sure I have enough. No, I don't. Need to do more Juju meldings. You can already post the next quest. Okay, you were just about to. Are we cold? No, we're not cold. It's that quest. To which I am going to say thank you very much for doing this quest. That will give me the last 2 tickets I need from this level. And I don't need to go at it alone. It's not impossible. It's not that complicated alone, but Gendrome is just annoying during the quest. And so having company on it is making it go by much more nicely. Yeah, and I ought to be ready here. I do not need to worry about bringing anything special. And from the time today, I'd say that I have time for 2 more quests, so this one and the next one. And then we'll be reaching the end of stream, unfortunately. Okay. Whee! Yeah, I'm going to hold it with Fury here. Okay. The most annoying member in the arena is down. And the main attraction can be started to be bullied. Nice. And I think that was just at the point where the paralysis was about to end anyway. One last deep howl. That was very efficient. If we keep the pace up for the next quest, I might even be able to squeeze in a third quest since I started counting for end of stream. Yeah. When I think about bows, I think about power and poison coatings. Again, drilled into me from years of only using a single bow, basically. But yeah, bows can use the power coatings and they can be really nice. Even if it's only once during the quest to give like a big opening to everybody to pour a ton of damage in. In a way, and don't get me wrong, I do think that they are more useful than sleep. Every time a monster falls asleep right now, I'm still half panicking. Because I don't want to ruin the effort they have made. But depending on where I am, it is... yes, I'm really trying hard not to mess it up for anybody who wants to use it. And with the capturing, I am getting better at it. But I'm still not there yet. And another issue with sleep, on the longsword especially, if I start going into my spirit combo, at one point he can start, especially if it's a monster that falls asleep very quickly, it can start to fall asleep as I get into the last swings, and there's nothing I can do. I will have to need to finish that combo. I'm not sure if there are monsters that fall and is asleep quickly enough for that to matter, or whether that is the monster is falling asleep beforehand. I don't have the right angle, or I'm not used to it, and then I don't realize it and I continue even though I could have stopped in time. And the Thunderlord longsword is, in my opinion, a good longsword. It has average sharpness for a Thunder longsword, and then you have the quick fill for the arts bars, which is nice. Fair enough, but at least for me, I do enjoy switching long swords, the swords about. I do think it is a very good sword, Thunder sword. Which, fair enough, is also in a way what you said. Absolutely, to each it's their own. I do not mind enough to put that on. I tend to find myself an armor I really enjoy and then just stick with it. And depending on the game, that means that it has the skills that I want it to. Okay. Okay. That was close, but I did manage to scratch him there. Very nice. That was a very swift first kill here. I'll be taking the time to resharpen my sword. There we are. Oh, sorry, that was... No. Actually, I shouldn't need to apologize for missing a timing window there. Maybe I did feel sorry with myself and I wanted to hear it said. But no, that was not exactly how I meant that. I am already not expecting him to finish certain attacks. I thought I saw a shiny, but that was probably... a glint from a weapon or so. And he has now put himself into a position where yeah, not much of a chance. Raven, Fury, thank you very much for going ahead and closing the quest out. Thank you very much. Okay, I got the tail, and the shiny was indeed just an illusion. Okay, I'm going to have a quick look. Okay. I'm just going to take a look at the next level here. It's that capture one. Sure. Thank you very much for having joined us. I hope you're going to enjoy breakfast or lunch. I'm not exactly sure what time it is for you. And no, I don't need to take a look into the item box. I'm coming along with number 8. But that has to be the last one. So if you do want to go for one more Thunderlord, I am able to come along on one more. Yeah, no, I don't need to worry about items. And I just realized we're having the last ads incoming. I do not have enough time to postpone them until after stream, so for one last time, thank you very much for everybody who is receiving the ads. Thank you very much for your patience with and during them. Thank you. It is very much appreciated. No, now I do not. I'll be taking some more of those. If we are mindful, I do think that it ought to be working out. But now that you say it, I could have switched... What did I switch the talismans? No, I have not switched the talismans around, so unfortunately I do not. I seriously hope that we're not going to be accidentally killing him. Or them. Again, might be a female. Okay, luckily he's not doing a lot of damage. Okay. Nice. Para. Okay. Oh, that was quite mean of him. Is he... Are we able to cap him? That is my question. I hope he's not. I think that was our only trap, if I remember that correctly. It's on-site items only. You have provision division, okay. I usually only take the provision division for... Okay, so we need to wait 4 more minutes. It's okay. I do understand the hurry and the worry that you might overdo it. And I'm so used to having pickaxes. Just as a constant... as a constant part of my inventory. Yeah, it is. And I absolutely understand, because I would go the opposite way. Unless I see the monster... limping, I would just assume it's fine to keep hitting it. Well, with one exception, Kezu, in the older games especially, has a different way of showing that he is ready to be captured by just standing still for a while and all of that. But I would often just kill the monster outright because it hasn't shown any signs yet. That is a good idea if you don't have Capture Guru. Unfortunately, the restriction of only having on-site items here would have not made that possible. Mr. X, thank you very much for the follow and welcome in.
Mr.
We are unfortunately towards the end of the quest, towards the end of stream. But I do think that it is absolutely a game worth it. Has a lot of content, has some great quests and all of that. So I absolutely think it is a good and worthy entry. Okay, I was not quick enough to get away there. Okay, there we go. No! Oh, that is my bad. I thought he had recovered more. That is my bad, that is my fault. I was so not trying to get back into a rhythm. And then the last 10 seconds... Ah, the last 10 seconds. I got into a rhythm and I didn't stop in time. I am sorry. That is my bad. That is on me. Just as we got the supplies as well. Yeah, that is my fault. That is big on me. And unfortunately, I do not have time for another go at it. Bolt, I am very sorry for failing the quest, and Raven as well. But unfortunately, as I said, I do not have time for another quest. I am very sorry to everyone to end on such a downer note. But yeah, I do need to end stream here. I get it, but I was just talking that it is something that happens to me, and you know, it feels like I should have been able to do better. Instead of switch, I get into the rhythm of fighting the monster and then killing it. It feels like I should have done better. But thank you very much to the both of you. And thank you for everybody who has watched so far. Unfortunately, we are reaching the end. Only two more good things, two more real things left. One is the schedule. So most might already know that I play more than just Monster Hunters, and currently I'm also playing Supreme Commander, to which I am getting towards the last mission, and Mass Effect 2. So my schedule for next week looks like this. Monday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday I'll be streaming as usual from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Standard Time respectively. I'll be streaming Mass Effect 2 on Monday and Friday, and weekend is reserved for Monster Hunter. And so I'll be playing more Monster Hunter, specifically starting out in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate on those 2 days. Yeah, and then on the Thursday I'll be streaming the last mission of Supreme Commander. Probably be doing some ladder. I've heard from some people they want to see me ladder later on, so 1v1 ladder for a bit then afterwards. And that will be from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, or from 9 to 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time respectively. So yeah, it's been a really great stream. Thank you very much everybody who has joined me. I hope you're going to have a lovely rest of your Sunday. May that be the evening like it is for me, or the entirety as it may be for others. Absolutely, please have a good day, Mr. X. I'll be looking if to whom to raid out. If you do have a suggestion, as usual, please leave it in chat. I'll be taking it into consideration. Let me have a look. Who out of... There's unfortunately not too many other people playing GU at the moment. There is Max Haas. I don't know though. I don't know him very well though, but he is playing. Ooh, there are also a few streamers I really enjoy watching in general. They are not streaming Monster Hunter. Okay, now I do have to make a choice here. I think... Well, I have made a decision. I think I'll be leaving you with Tanu Candy, sorry. She's currently playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. As you might know, I'm also a big fan of RPGs, and while the Rebirth is, I have some issues with it. It's a very good game, and I'm looking forward to her. I hope that you will enjoy her stream as much as you did mine. As always with raids, please be nice, please be kind. Okay, and now the last thing I have to do is thank all of you again who have been here, who have found me, who have followed me today, who had fun making me speak several different languages. I hope all of you enjoyed the stream, no matter how long you've been here. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for having been here. It means a lot to me. And yeah, I think we're now at the point where all that I have, all that is left for me to say is, please, until we do see each other again, hopefully tomorrow, but you might not have time or anything like that. So when you have time and you want to join me again, until then, I wish you the best of times. And until we do see each other next time, goodbye.